Yep, it'll just take 1 second to go live and we'll be back in business there. Okay, we're live.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning to the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. We'll call the meeting to order for Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022. Officially convene the meeting. Mr. Chair, do you have any remarks before we get rocking and rolling?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thanks for all your work last week and to the committee last week as well. Today we'll start with item number 3 on the agenda, resolutions for review for a public hearing. And our first up is, just make sure I have it correct, is Charlene Russell Tucker of Guilford to be the Commissioner of Education. Good morning, Commissioner. How are you?
Good morning, Senator Duff. Very well, thank you.
Good, I'm glad to hear that. All right, we'll get started. Commissioner, would you please raise your right hand? There you are. You just moved on my screen. Do you promise, swear, or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, great. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So good morning, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Quinn, Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. First, I would like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me for this position and the State Board of Education for recommending my nomination to the governor. I am honored to appear before you today to seek your confirmation as Commissioner of Education for the state of Connecticut to continue serving the students, educators, and families of our state in this very important role. I am privileged to live in a state where education receives robust bipartisan support from the legislature year after year, and would like to thank each one of you and the entire General Assembly for your ongoing support of the students and educators of our state. They need us now more than ever in light of the ongoing side effects of the global pandemic, and we recognize that the mental health and social emotional well-being of more than 500,000 students and over 100,000 staff are of paramount importance. It is for this reason we have made this issue one of the 5 priorities for investing the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funding at both the district levels and for the state level set aside funding as well. I am deeply committed to this work, having over 2 decades of experience in successfully leveraging the interconnectedness of social, emotional, physical, and mental health of children and their families as foundations for positive school and life outcomes. If any of you have heard me speak in the last year, you will likely have heard me talk about my big audacious goal, which is to ensure all schools in our state have a system of care in place to address the mental and behavioral health needs of students and school staff. And we're currently preparing to launch a pilot in select districts to begin working towards that goal. I have served in various roles at the Department of Education for more than 30 years, and I'm profoundly devoted to public service. From my start as an education consultant, I've served the department as a bureau chief, associate commissioner, chief operating officer, deputy commissioner, and now I sit before you as the commissioner designate. You have my full testimony as well as my resume, and you see the initiatives that I've led over the years addressing the non-academic barriers to learning, including best-in-class collaboration with our sister agencies, key education partners, family and community stakeholders, amplifying student voice, and yes, for you, the first of its kind post-session briefing with legislators to discuss the impact of past legislation on K-12 education. Lastly, I acknowledge, embrace, and value the diversity of our student body here in Connecticut. With over 500,000 students in our schools, there are 50% who are non-white, 43% who are eligible for free and reduced price meals, 16% with disabilities, 8% English language learners with more than 145 spoken languages, and across our student body, over 180 languages spoken. That is our Connecticut education landscape. That's our beautiful diversity. And I would be honored to serve as commissioner to ensure that learning is accessible and equitable for each and every one of them. Thank you for your time and attention. Should I gain your support and that of the House of Representatives, I very much look forward to continue to lead our K-12 education system on behalf of the students, staff, families of Connecticut. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate it. And how long have you been the acting commissioner at this point?
Acting commissioner from March, so 11 months in, and was the commissioner appointed interim by the governor in August.
Okay, so it's almost as if you have qualified to be commissioner just by the fact of time. But you have come in the middle of a storm for sure with the pandemic and everything else. But I think one of the positive traits of for your leadership is the fact that you worked your way through the department over many years, and you touched upon that in your testimony. Providing your confirmation through the legislature, what actions, I think, kind of whether it's post Omicron or hopefully no more variants, but maybe more of a less of a tornado setting and more of a setting where you could do more planning, I guess. Is there anything that you would like to see happen with the department when you have full reins of leadership as commissioner?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for that question. Really very important. I'm so proud of the work of the staff here of the agency. We're lean, but working really hard to make sure that, number one, the $1.7 billion that we receive in federal funding, that there's accountability and those are programmed within this time frame to accelerate learning and do all those things that I think is so critically important. So frankly, being able to get that up and running, which we've been able to do, and then basically to align the goals of 5 priorities that we have for investing those resources and being able to accelerate work around the minority teacher recruitment, work around family and community engagement and literacy, and supporting the mental health of our students and staff are all those things that I'd really like to be able to do and to do that very well. And so staffing support as we are looking to accelerate that work is really critically important. There's a lot to be done, and I'm proud of the work that's being done, but under my leadership, we're to be sure that we have broad stakeholder engagement to carry the work forward is really important.
Great, thank you. And then one other question before I move on to other legislators. We've had a lot of federal funds come into Connecticut and gone to local districts, and I know the department has to oversee that to an extent. How are you working to between the state Department of Education and working with local districts to ensure that federal funds are spent wisely and there's accountability and that it's having the greatest impact on our kids?
Thank you again for that question. As I mentioned earlier, we at the department here, and it's not across all of the states, but in Connecticut, as you know, we had 5 priorities for investing those resources. And we made sure that the applications that districts have to complete for those funds really were very well tailored and developed, where they have to do an assessment and really connect that to their learning goals. And those actually are in and being approved. We're making sure that accountability, there's implementation accountability. How are those funds being spent? We make sure that there's fiscal accountability, make sure that that's all in place. And then there's outcome accountability, making sure that the outcomes that are really in those plans are the ones that are going forward. We have staff that are assigned to each of our districts, Senator, and we're making sure we're keeping a close eye on those resources, and also making sure that districts understand that they can always revise their application as things on the ground may change around them, that they're able to do that. So we have a robust accountability process in the agency to make sure that we're keeping a close eye, again, for the outcomes that we need to have for these funding. We can tell you, we can share with you over 700 million across all our districts are going towards learning acceleration, over 183 million going towards mental health support, over 170 million going towards family and community engagement. So we're really keeping a close eye on those resources, because at the end of the day, we've got to make sure that our kids are beneficiaries of the investments that we're making.
Great, thank you. I view you as one of our most important commissioners in our state because of the fact of you have such an important role to help our kids, just as evidenced by all the things you just said, as the money is flowing and what we're doing to help our students succeed, especially during these very difficult times. So I thank you for that. If I have any further questions, I'll hold off for now so I can give others a chance. Mr. Chair, did you have any, Representative Concepcion, have any questions?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Commissioner. Good to see you again, and good morning. Just a few questions on my end. You mentioned mental health a few times in your public testimony and a few other times in your written testimony. Just curious to hear from you what the department is doing currently, trying to help our children with mental health, and what kind of the future holds. I know I have CCMC here in my district, and they are kind of busting at the seams, dealing with such an increase in mental health issues for our children. So just curious to hear from you what the department is doing currently, and what we're looking forward to in the future.
Thank you, Representative. And you are so right that I've mentioned it many times because it's so critically important, and it is foundational to student success. I always like to say that there's no curriculum that's brilliant enough to compensate for a hungry stomach or a distracted mind. So those are really things that we need to work on very much. And so we've been working on these efforts prior to COVID, and we accelerate them really during COVID. We have, for example, we've got staff that are assigned to work on this effort: the school nurse, school psychologists, school social workers, school counselor. And so we've embarked on different steps that we're taking. And one, for example, that we've purchased using resources from our federal fund, an assessment tool that our teachers can use to get a sense of where are kids and what kind of supports that they need to provide. And we have over 60 districts already working in that space. We are continuing to work with state resources that we have. School-based diversion initiative, for example, is one of them that's addressing issues around behavior and how to provide those supports there. That is also on our table. Actually, I have an infographic that says 7 ways that the department is leading on social emotional learning and mental health. And not, to set aside, we've got great partners in this work. You mentioned CCM, and we're working with them as well. They'll be a part of the pilot that I mentioned before, because they've got resources there that they can add, or school-based behavioral health providers or school-based health centers, making sure that they're a part of this work that we're doing, also getting their support, because what we're trying to stand up in districts may look very different based on the community that they're in. Some communities may have resources that's already there that they may employ, and others may need to connect with other resources. Some of it may be hiring more social workers or more counselors in school. And so there is a list of things that we're working on at the department to make sure that we can address this issue head on and continue the work that some districts really have already started with the resources that they just received.
Appreciate those comments and echo them. I don't think there's anything more important than the mental health of our children, especially after these last 2.5 years that they've had to deal with. One of the good things I think that the governor had done during the pandemic was the relationship he has with some of our neighboring states when it comes to policy decisions and making policy with New York, in partnership with New York and Rhode Island, Massachusetts. I'm just curious what your relationship is with your colleagues in kind of our neighboring states, and seeing if you guys bounce ideas off each other, what's working, what's not, and all that.
Thank you very much. Before I got on this morning, I was speaking to the commissioner in Massachusetts. And so every week that we have Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. We get on a call really to do exactly what you've talked about, bouncing ideas off each other, sharing guidance documents. Sometimes they may be ahead, sometimes we're ahead of them. And we make sure that we're having these conversations. And the member organization, the Council of Chief State School Officers, CCSSO, is the member organizations for commissioners across the country. And so they convene us as well. And we really have a great time of sharing with each other. They're sharing their best practices, we're sharing ours. And so that is indeed a very strong relationship and very helpful as we go through, especially it's been especially helpful during the pandemic because we are indeed in real time sharing information. The guidance that we put out, we send it to them. The guidance that they put out, they send to us. And as I said, not only in those formal settings, but we get on the phone very often just to talk with each other. So it's really quite helpful to us.
That's great. That's great to hear. And then my last question is, just curious what your thoughts are on the recent announcement of the Sheff versus O'Neill agreement, and what your thoughts are on kind of implementation of the recommendations made by the court systems.
So thank you for that. And it is historic. As you know, the announcement that was made, this is an end to certainly litigation. And we stand ready here at the agency to implement, certainly if this gets approval from the legislature to move forward. As for everybody's knowledge, that this was around racial and ethnic isolation, of a constitutional obligation based on Hartford students. And so out of that, all these years, since 1996, there's been lots of remedies that has been put in place and more opportunities for students in Hartford. And so we're here on the programmatic side that we're ready to move forward and implement as best we can based on the agreement that was signed.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Good to see you. That's all the questions I have now. I might come back after my colleagues speak, but thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. And folks, if you want to ask questions, just raise your virtual hand as well. And I see Representative Vargas has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to congratulate our Commissioner designee for appointment by the governor as a permanent commissioner of education. And it's very exciting to hear about all the different initiatives of the department. And I'm sure that you're going to do a great job. I just wanted to make a quick comment on the fact that for a few years now, I've been leading the charge on trying to slow down this whole charter school movement. And I just wanted to put in my 2 cents that the department not be quick to embrace these charter school initiatives. We've been slowing it down here at the legislature. And for the last 2 or 3 years, we haven't authorized any new charter schools. And I just hope that the department, does not give comfort to these people because, it's the direction they were taking was a very negative direction as far as I was concerned, affecting negatively our neighborhood. Public schools where the vast majority of our kids go to and which deserve our full support. That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And congratulations again.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, Madam Commissioner, I apologize. Thank you, Representative Vargas. I appreciate that. I know Representative Kennedy was kind of on and off going on different devices. Did you have any questions at all? Maybe not. Okay, Representative. Oh, hello, Representative Kennedy. Did you have any questions? Because I know you're going between devices.
Sure. Thank you very much. And I apologize. I'm using my cell phone today. My computer doesn't want to work. Congratulations, Commissioner. I just want to applaud all your efforts over the last 2 weeks. I think I've been a standing member of your Tuesday morning updates with the State Department of Education and Public Health Commission. So I thank you for those. They were very informative. Just a couple of questions. I think my first one would be, and it is great to see you again, by the way. We have worked on several committees before. So as a former PTA leader and state PTA president, I guess one of my questions would be asking you about the balance of ideas with parents, continuing to work with parents. I know PTA has been one of the stakeholders at many meetings, and I was just wondering your thoughts on preparing our students leading into the 21st century.
Thank you, Representative. And as you know, the issue of family engagement in education is one that is also very near and dear to me, in that a few years ago formed the commissioners roundtable for family and community engagement in education, because we wanted to make sure that those voices were heard. And it continues to this day that we're gathering together this roundtable to make sure that we have authentic voice from families. And we also, worked on a definition of family engagement in Connecticut that is also picked up on by others in other states. So the commitment to make sure that their voices are heard, really important. And so we're always making sure that we reach out to families, that they have input on the things that we're developing here. And so, for example, we just did a big project on developing the remote learning standards that you tasked us with doing. And it was a little delayed, in all honesty, because we wanted to make sure that we had broad stakeholder input on what we drafted. So family engagement is critically important and continues to be in the work that we're doing. We know our students come to school, but they come from families. Families, live in communities. And so the ecosystem of support is really critically important. And so anything that we do here, families always have the ability to make sure through organizations or independently to make their voices heard in our education space. And finally, I'd say it's one of the reasons of the 5 priorities for invested resources, family and community connection was a priority specifically and intentionally there, because we wanted to make sure that we invest in making sure that we have their voices heard, as we do students as well. But that is a critical part of the work that we do. And thank you for continuing. You mentioned our Health and Safety Tuesdays. For those who don't know, that since August 4th of 2020, we convene every Tuesday morning stakeholders, superintendents, school nurse supervisors, school medical advisors, board members, and as you can tell, policymakers who want to join us between the department and public health to make sure we're answering questions and providing information as best we can to help to support the decisions that are being made at the local level to keep our kids as safe as possible and keep them learning in person.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your enthusiasm and wanting to work so much with parents. Just one, Mr. Chairman, if I may, one additional question. And you touched on, Commissioner, remote learning. I mean, it's been a little new for all of us in the last 2 years, certainly have been trying. And, with parents that are full-time working parents, I think my biggest concern with remote learning is, well, of course, the social emotional, but what metrics are we using? What's in place to measure if our kids are in fact really learning? Are they tuning out when they were in that remote? Do we know how where we are with that?
So thank you for that question as well, Representative. For 2021, we did do an assessment of our students to really, for the purpose of understanding what the outcomes and we were able to, thanks to all the great work of staff here and locally, that we were able to have the information, the assessment information disaggregated based on the learning models that the students participated in. So our 2021 assessment shows that the students who were fully in person during the pandemic lost the least ground academically than those who learned remotely or hybrid. The students who learn in person are more likely to have mastered their grade level material. And so it is one of those reasons why I think we have to be very thoughtful. There is a place and space for remote learning. It's critically important based on legislation. High schools can have remote learning this upcoming year, which is why we created the standards as we were charged to do in legislation. However, we need to use the metrics and the data and what we know. You talked about social emotional learning there to consider as we develop guidance and guide the future of remote learning. So we certainly appreciate that you as the legislature gave us some runway in order to develop standards. You also asked us to evaluate remote learning so that it could inform where we go as a state moving forward. So we have those metrics. There'll be further evaluation done that will be shared, that will guide our path forward to recognize how do we not go back and utilize those tools that's available to us, but do it in a way that our students can still have maximum benefit.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I probably have some other questions, but I'm going to yield to my colleagues. Congratulations on your nomination. I think you'll do a wonderful job. And Chairman Concepcion, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. All right, thank you, Representative Kennedy, ranking member. Appreciate it. Have Representative Yankarino followed by Representative Perillo.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning, Designee Tucker, Commissioner Tucker. We spoke, I think we spoke, two of us, maybe last August, about curriculum and about concerns of critical race theory, and we were very gracious and we had a really helpful conversation. I really appreciate that and gave guidance to our superintendent. I met last week with a group of legislators in the New Haven County area, and teachers are really, they feel their voices aren't heard. So as you as commissioner, and I believe you'll be a good commissioner, will you have a dialogue with our teachers, not just the union, but actual teachers groups?
So thank you, Representative, and absolutely, their voices are critically important. You mentioned I do meet with our union leaders on a fairly consistent basis. I know at one point they had planned for a meeting for me to attend with educators, and that got postponed at some point, but always open for these conversations. They're a critical part of anything that we're developing, and their voices really to be heard to inform any policy decisions that we're moving forward in developing here at the agency. So that certainly is a commitment to make sure that their voices are at the table.
I appreciate that. And I actually said to the teachers, responded, I should have, me and other legislators should have been maybe there last August or July, like, you know, trying to have a roundtable with them. So hopefully in the future, we'll do that and will be some sort of voice for them. But it's really about communication. And then I do have a couple more questions, Mr. Chair. Reading, like I'm a good reader, I was always a good reader. Wasn't the best student, but reading was something that I, as a little boy, loved doing, continue to love doing. So many of our children and our young adults cannot read or can't read at a certain level. And we've put, since I've been in the legislature for 11 years, starting my 12th year, we've done a lot, both Democrat, Republicans, to try to help with reading, but the fact is kids are still lagging. Is there anything you as commissioner will do as an initiative with our educators and parents?
No, thank you, Representative. And absolutely, I mentioned earlier that literacy is one of the big goals that we're working on. It's so critical. If we're talking about our students succeeding academically, they must be able to read. That is critically important. And as you know, the legislator with the passed legislation on the right to read, right, which is requiring us to develop an office here for reading implementation in the agency, and we're in the process of doing that. There's also a reading implementation council, which we convened this past March, was our first meeting. So it is very much at the front and center of the efforts that we're working on here. So absolutely, reading literacy, critically important, and is one of the priorities that we're working on here at the agency.
Thank you. And two more questions. You know, we just had a little confusion with lifting the mask mandate for schools, giving them the option. Some superintendents were confused, some board of eds were confused. I'm sure you've had probably conference calls and Zoom calls with our superintendents and our board of ed, or at least our superintendents.
Yes, we have. Representative Kennedy mentioned this morning the meeting that was convened, our Health and Safety Tuesday. superintendents are on that call, but just going back this past Friday, before the guidance were released, I had a meeting with all our superintendents so we can get feedback and thoughts on that. And later this morning, staff will be meeting with CABE, Connecticut Association of Boards of Education, with board chairs to further have conversations. So as much as we can, Representative, being there, answering questions for all the stakeholders, really critically important around effective implementation.
Thank you. And then one last question. We didn't do it, but Massachusetts did test and stay for, God forbid, we get another variant like Chairman Duff said, if something was to happen. Do we have anything planned to keep our kids in school if it did turn for the worst?
Right. And as you know, I mentioned earlier, speaking to Massachusetts, I'm very aware of the initiatives that they initiated. As you know here, that we did screen and stay for all kinds of reasons that we talked about based on an infrastructure being available. And we still have Project COVID Detect that is allowing weekly screening that's going on in schools. So we have learned a lot, Representative, and I'm sure, you know, it's always good moving forward and looking back, hindsight, we have clarity as to where we are, but I think we've also learned a lot and have systems in place that if we have to go in that direction again, that we're able to pivot and to make some decisions, again, informed by the experience that we've had and frankly, the experience of our colleagues, even in our neighboring states as well.
Well, I'm looking forward to supporting you. I believe you'll do a very good job for our teachers and our students. I've always said it, I think teaching is, no matter if it's private school or public school, wherever it is, teaching is probably the most important job in our country and in our world. So I think you'll do a great job for us. I'm looking forward to supporting you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Iaccarino. Representative Perillo.
Senator Duff, thanks very much. Good to see you. We don't get to see each other anymore. Commissioner, first of all, congratulations. And thanks for obviously taking time out to speak with us. You have not had the easiest job in the world in the last few months. I don't envy you one bit, but you've certainly been equal to the task, and we all appreciate that. Just a couple questions, and I freely admit that education policy is not my expertise. So if I ask a stupid question, don't hesitate to let me know. I've been reading a little bit about truancy rates throughout the state, and that obviously being an obvious concern, and it appears that that's been on the rise. So my first question is, A, what is driving that? And B, what is the agency's role in helping to address it?
Thank you, Representative. And you've asked a question about basically attendance that includes chronic absence and truancy, which is the work that we're engaged in here well for over a decade. We were actually one of the states that we have nationally recognized work on attendance and engagement and addressing issues around truancy, as I said, over the years. What has happened, and so our numbers were on the downward trend until the pandemic, and then there's a lot really going on that we're learning as we're working with districts. There are issues around avoidance. There's school avoidance for all kinds of reasons that students are just in some cases struggling with being out and certainly coming back in. There are issues in some cases. There are issues around external to the education system, housing, right? There's issues we have students who are experiencing homelessness. So there's all kinds of things that I think that are driving and contributing to that factor. The issues of mental health supports and trauma is also a part of that issue. So what we've been doing here, and so you've asked about the role of the state agency, is that we've actually been, again, using the data to inform our actions. This past year, the governors resourced us to implement the LEAP program, the Learner Engagement and Attendance Program, which we deployed in 15 districts across the state with the highest rates of chronic absence, and literally that has allowed us to deploy with the Regional Educational Service Center. We deployed folks on the ground who are literally going and knocking on doors and making connections and reconnecting our families and our students to learning. So that's one big initiative and effort. We have a Tuesday meeting here that the agency convenes that districts and others can attend, share best practices, learn from national experts. We work very much with Attendance First, who's the premier entity in the country around attendance. And so we have over the years have webinars and work with their staff to provide information with them, but also to help them just work through the hard issues that they're engaged in locally to address attendance. And so truancy, again, being a part of that, so we can identify early. You've got 2 absences, what's happening. The staff being able to get together to figure out and to make those connections so we can re-engage our students as much as possible. And also working with our partners, partner agencies as well as we address this issue. So it's a priority for us, and we're leading in that area and working with our districts.
No, and thanks. I appreciate that. And I think sort of the thing I'm trying to get my head around is, how do you catch it before, it's one thing to say, oh, there have been 2, 3 absences. How do we intervene? Is what sort of education, even to parents, can take place before we're in the situation where there have been multiple absences? It's obviously it's better off if we can stop it before it starts. So what are some best practices there?
So the issues of, working directly with families so they understand attendance matters. Every September, we do an attendance awareness campaign to do exactly that, helping families and the whole community at large recognize the importance of being in school, even at the early years. And so the data, as I mentioned before, informs us as to where the spikes are, whatever the age group, and then we target our interventions and our prevention initiatives in those spaces. But as I said, we've got a campaign. So if you're talking about catching it before it even happens, right, it is our attendance awareness campaign that is basically saying attendance matters. It backs it up to making sure required that you get the required immunizations to school, so that doesn't impact attendance. So those are all the kinds of things, a representative, that we try to do upstream, right, while we're also addressing those issues downstream. But to your point, really very important that we get to it early and we educate all those that are around the student to be able to make sure that they're able to support them as necessary. We've had individual situations, the youngster that may have to stay home to take care of younger kids, just a myriad of issues that's there that we work through. But yes, getting to it early and even prevention really is the best path. And we try to use multiple ways to try to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that answer. And again, I asked a question I didn't know the answer to, so you've helped me out, and I appreciate that. Actually, I just read an article this morning in the Current about the teacher shortage and teacher burnout. And Representative Iaccarino had asked a question about, getting in touch with the teachers and hearing from the teachers. I think, right, wrong, or indifferent, I hear from a lot of teachers that, talking to the teachers union isn't the same as talking to the teachers always. And some certain, that may not always be the case, but I hear that quite a bit. So what is the state's role in addressing both burnout and teacher shortages, both of which I think kind of go hand in hand?
And so our role, again, are really important, and you're correct. We hear from them, and actually I even get individual emails from our educators and our staff. It's the teachers, it's paraprofessionals, those working directly with our students. It's been tough. It has been a hard years actually now that we're talking about. And so, around shortages that we've been working to expedite some flexibilities that we've had to make sure that, for example, that we can quickly get substitutes that's approved, that's can help to alleviate some of the pressure points for them as well. And when I speak about social emotional support, I always talk about on staff, because our staff as well, need that level of support as well. They're just as much in the trenches and on the front lines. And so we have initiatives around the short term that we were looking to see how we can get just support in the classroom. but also long-term to think about how we can further support them. One of the things that we did around teacher evaluation was to address the issue of social emotional learning for educators, that was something that they could also focus in on. And where they're providing the workshops and supporting our districts as they support them. We've looked at how some districts are even investing some of their resources for that they've received, and allowing them to have, additional supports, supporting them getting yoga or some of those kinds of things are really for well-being, that they're doing that as well. And so really important as we continue to look to see how do we, number one, we diversify the workforce, but how do we get more folks into the workforce as we address the shortage areas, really important, and we continue to work on those efforts.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, my grandfather was a public school teacher. My mother was a public school teacher, and her advice to me was don't become a teacher, because it's not always sunshine and lollipops. It's a very difficult job, and I have a lot of friends who are teachers, and I feel the stress and the burnout. So I'm grateful that the agency is looking at that and empathetic and trying to help folks to be happy in their jobs. That matters, and I'm sure the teachers appreciate it too. The last few months haven't been easy. Representative Yacarino, mentioned mask mandates in schools, and I think in a lot of cases, folks who had strong opinions on either side of the issue. One of the questions I got a lot from constituents and even from teachers was, how are these decisions being made? So I was wondering if you could sort of give us a little peek behind the curtain as to how decision, the administration's decision about the mask mandates in schools came to be. What input was sought? What was the basis for the decisions, and how were those decisions made?
So thank you again, and I can give you a peek behind the curtain, which is really so important. And I think it is helpful because, as we all know, we do the best that we can with sometimes imperfect information that we have in real time, and so we rely, the education agency here. And when I talk about meeting with our commissioners in other states, I tell you we are constantly meeting with our Department of Public Health. We rely on public health. They are the public health experts, and this is a public health emergency that we've all been working through. And so all of those conversations occur with them. They're the state epidemiologists. We're constantly in that space having conversations. And then you broaden the circle a bit by making sure, I know DPH, you're talking to local public health, right? We're also embedded in communities. And on the education side, also working with our superintendents, the Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendent, making sure that superintendent voices are also being heard as we are doing that. And I mentioned earlier about our teachers unions. And so we, when we are developing a policy, we try very hard, and you're trying to do this quickly sometimes, but to vet and to hear from or to get the perspective. And so we try to bring in all of that in the space representatives. And then ultimately, of course, when you're making these decisions, that there's the pros and the cons and everything else, but then ultimately, certainly the governor's office, well in that space as well. But those are I say 24/7 over the weekend conversations that we've had with all stakeholders, so that where we land can be, number one, you get buy-in, but also we always understand that there's an implementation part of that. So how that looks on the ground for implementation. But I can tell you, it has been many, many days, hours, late evenings, weekends, even over the holidays, making sure that as we're making these decisions, we're getting as much input as we can so we understand the impact and then go forward making the decisions.
And you mentioned the word stakeholders, and there are so many, and it's obviously hard to reach out to everybody. One of the biggest stakeholders obviously is parents. So what did the administration and the agency do to reach out to parents to get their input into this? There's a sense, and I hear it quite a bit, that, the considerations of parents really weren't taken, the concerns of parents weren't really taken into consideration. So what did the agency and what did the administration do to reach out and get that feedback from them?
So what we've done on the side of education is to make sure that, for example, I talked about the roundtable for family and community engagement in education, that we've talked with members of that group. But also, I tell you, Representative, my inbox, even I get lots and lots of emails directly from parents around what they're thinking. And also, they've made their voices heard at our State Board of Education meeting. And so I'd like to think that we've got a lot of information getting where our parents are in their process and thinking. They're not shy. I can tell you just about everybody's got my email address. And so I very much hear, and sometimes as you said, people that come down on different sides of this, because I've got the email for families, really heart-wrenching, the things that they're going through. And I've got email from families saying, please don't make a move. We want masks to remain for all kinds of reasons. And so we've heard a lot from them, and other organizations and advocacy groups as well representing families also reach out to us directly on the perspective of families.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that's a question, like I said, a question I've heard from a lot of people is this sense that nobody was really listening. I guess it depends, on what side of the issue you fell. If you were a parent who felt that, masks were needed in schools, then you probably feel like your voice was heard. And if you fall on the other side, maybe you feel like your voice wasn't. And I can respect certainly why people feel that way. You mentioned actually in the discussion about attendance, how important it is for data to inform your decisions. I'm sure that was, you spoke with DPH quite a bit, and gathering of data becomes so important in making decisions about things like mask mandates. And you obviously you want to drill down as deeply as you can. What target transmission rates among students were your triggers to determine whether or not mandates should be moved forward or suspended?
And so, Representative, we didn't have a particular target, a metric that we were working with. Again, thinking back to our DPH colleagues, that they were looking so much at a variety of data points. I know they were looking at hospitalization rates. They were looking at the community rates. They also have the COVID information reported by our districts to see where those are trending. Very, very early in the pandemic, we developed a document to say when you should be fully in person or hybrid. And we quickly learned, because we really just didn't have an experience with this particular virus, that the metrics and the targets set, we quickly kind of went past those. And we're still able to go forward as best we can. So not only Connecticut, many states are saying we just stopped setting targets because it was just so, they become almost arbitrary because things change so much. And so again, relying on DPH with them looking at, with their experts looking at all the different data points that were happening, really informed a lot of the decisions going forward. The other thing, I'm not the public health expert, that I listened to Commissioner Giussani talked about was even the difference in variants and transmissibility. And so we relied a lot on them providing that science and information as we were making decisions.
No, and like you said, there's so many different data points, and I can appreciate your comment too about the arbitrariness of specific targets. But as we come close to February 28th, so what are the transmission rates among children right now in schools?
I don't have a particular number, but my understanding is very low in terms of what we're seeing. I can tell you some districts, the technical high school, for example, that I have responsibility for, we're talking about, 0 to 0.1 or whatever in terms of kids showing with the virus in schools. So I'm hearing that even from districts that are working on their plans going forward, that the rates are very low. So it's probably certainly representing what we see for the community, the positivity rates across our state, where the numbers are lower in at this point. And it's one of the points that we've asked, districts to take a look at as they're making decisions. We've got kind of 7 questions that you should be asking and looking at, and not doing it in isolation, Representative. We said, please do this with your local health department. Please work with them so they can help you as you're making these decisions.
And I can appreciate that. When you go, and I work in healthcare, I sort of watch these numbers every day. What are the positivity rates? We sort of hang our hat on that. So there's a lot of data available. Where would, you mentioned that, transmission rates is something that, school districts should be considering as they make their own decisions about whether to move forward. So how would I get that information about transmission rates among students?
So those are, we don't collect that at this, we have the actual cases, but we don't connect that information. However, I know districts, they have a lot of that information just based on contact tracing, Representative, and things that they were doing in the districts. They would say to us, they were the first ones to say, we don't see any in-school transmission just based on the contact tracing and the information that they were collecting at the local level. So even though we had not asked them to share a lot of that with us from a statewide perspective, the school nurses and school nurse supervisors with whom we are also meet as well, they have a lot of information locally that will be a part of the mix as they continue to make their individual local decisions. And frankly, I can tell you the letters that we started getting from school districts and local boards was, they were basically saying to us, we know our communities, we know what's happening. And that's why we want to be able to make our own decisions versus being guided by the state decisions, because we know the context in which we are working.
Which makes total sense. My understanding, though, is that most schools abandoned contact tracing quite a while ago. Is that correct?
Well, in terms of the guidance we provided them around in-school contact tracing happened around the guidance we issued to them on December 31st, because a lot of them were asking us about just the time and the effort and the energy, especially when rates were so high, and so we worked with the guidance that we put out on December 31st was ways for them to start looking at not having to do the in-school contact tracing. So, and instead use their staff to work on kind of more interventions in terms of what needs to happen in the spaces that they're in. So if they had all abandoned that, I'm not quite sure, but our particular guidance to them was the guidance that we put out on December 31st.
Okay, so I'm a little bit, I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm a little bit confused. So what you said to me was that though there is no data at the state level on, transmission rates among students, you're relying on local school districts to, as you said, sort of, know what's going on in their schools. And I can appreciate that. And you said that one of the ways they're able to do that is through contact tracing. Yet the agency's guidance on December 31st was to discontinue contact tracing because it had gotten to be very time intensive. So how then, if guidance from the agency was to no longer do contact tracing, how are they supposed to use that contact tracing to then inform their decisions today?
So Representative, and again, that's always permissive. So I know some districts did, so, they all are different. There wasn't a mandate that they didn't do that. They still have information and know when a student, that reported to them that here's a student who has COVID. And then we also asked them to notify families that, there was a close contact in the classroom. And so, I think they still have a good sense of what is happening locally and whether they're seeing outbreaks that are occurring in their environment, because they still report to the state the cases that may be in the school.
Understood. So they're able to sort of get a sense of how many cases there are, but at the same time, not truly understand whether or not there's transmission within the school. And
So-
well, you said that it looked like transmission within a school from student to student was extraordinarily low.
Yes.
Okay, we're not sure exactly, but we're pretty confident that was and has been pretty low.
And has been low, and also bore out with other states as well, and information that's provided to us. And so yes, we and whenever there were situations that DPH, local health, of course, and DPH would become aware of situations that they would then look deeper into as well. And over the course of the pandemic, some of those situations I know that they really had a deeper dive into when they were made aware of situations of X number of students in a particular classroom or in a particular school, that they would look into that.
Understood. Got it. So, but, and again, this is a difficult decision. I don't envy you or the administration for having to make it. So despite the fact that transmission rates were and are very, very low from student to student, and we know that, obviously the administration and the agencies, DPH and your agency, felt it was still appropriate, even though there were extraordinarily low transmission rates, to mandate that students wear the masks.
So, to your point, Representative, all these kinds of things, balancing risk, right, and making the best decision that you can on there. I go with our DPH colleagues and said, where we are now, with also more tools available, and based on what we've learned, that can be the mitigation strategies that we can work with, that this is a good time to be thinking about this. And also, again, local, making sure that folks can make decisions locally. I know you've watched, the press, that some districts are, have looked at vaccination rates in their schools and all of that, and they're making some decisions based on that. And so, again, it's just one of those things, as you said, certainly not perfect, but one that we've worked together on as best we can to manage and balance the risk based on the information that we have available to us.
And I think you used sort of a magical word there, which is balance, and it can be so difficult to do that. One of the things that we as legislators have all heard from parents and honestly from teachers is their concerns about the emotional and mental health of students having been masked for so long. So, and specifically to your word balance, how did the agency and administration, how did you balance, those concerns about health as it related to the virus versus mental health as it related to the student? How do you balance that out? And what consideration was given to the emotional and the emotional state of the students themselves who were masked?
And another great question, and I'll start with the balance. Right, around all that, we've heard so much we have students in our classrooms that are also immunocompromised, and we also have teachers who are immunocompromised, and we understood the challenge on both sides of that as well. And we continue to focus on how do we maintain as best we can the in-person learning, which we know based on the data and everything else was so critically important, Representative, for the decisions that we're making. And so we, again, are not perfect in terms of, we've heard, I recall at the point when there was the quarantining, which also we know was impacting students, not only getting them out of the educational environment, but also social emotionally as well. And so a big part of what we thought about is how do we keep students in school and try to avoid as much disruptions as possible. And we really believe that the mitigation strategies that we had employed from the beginning of the pandemic, which was masking and distancing and hand hygiene, were those that we were really trying very hard to make sure that we were maintaining. So I don't know if I can give it may not be the perfect answer, Representative, for you, but it is about looking at all those pieces of information and data points and discussions and talking with our stakeholders and partners to try to get at this moment. And so I am hopeful that where we are right now, as districts are making decisions on it, that this balance that we're talking about and the impact is something that is front and foremost in our minds as we're moving forward.
And to your point, all difficult decisions, a lot of data points, a lot of things to consider. So what I heard, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but what I take away from that answer is that the concept of masks having a negative impact on students' social and emotional health was considered, but at the end of the day, the greater public health impacts were more important.
And I would say more important, it's really back to the balance around the decision point, Representative. And so, that is really where we are. We understood that those were there. We try to work with as best we can, sharing information and making sure that our staffs are working with families, they're working with our students and addressing all the needs for everyone. That is really where we landed. And so right now, again, pivoting to where we are and where we're going, I think we're at a good place to make sure that we're addressing all of these needs and getting back to, I don't know if we can ever call it normalcy, but getting to a point, again, understanding that there's so many more tools available that folks can certainly make decisions on in terms of vaccinations. We have the testing that's occurring for those districts and families that are opting in. That's all there for us to be thinking about.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. A lot of things to consider, and I like I said, I don't envy you for the last few months having to tackle this. But regardless of that, congratulations. And thank you for doing the work that you do. And at this time, I have no further questions. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Commissioner, congratulations. I know you have big shoes to fill, but I have every confidence you're going to be able to do it. And I agree with many of my colleagues. There's nothing more important that we can do for our children than to educate them, and not indoctrinate them, but educate them. And I think your comments and the answers to your questions have shown that you agree that is our biggest job. Now, I represent Danbury, so I want to call to your attention. I'm going to use this opportunity to call to your attention a local problem. It's the immense overcrowding in the Danbury school system. Your predecessor was kind enough to come down early in his tenure to visit and see it firsthand. I certainly invite you to come down and visit the Danbury school system. It's so bad that they had to make the time between classes at the high school longer because there were so many kids crowding the hallways that they couldn't move between classes in a timely fashion. They had to actually extend that. And as much as we've constructed new facilities, added to both primary schools and middle schools and the high schools, the problem is no matter how many classrooms you add, you can't make the corridors wider, you can't make the gym bigger, you can't make the cafeteria bigger, and we're really struggling with this. So we'll be calling on you and the department for a lot of help in the future. We with the department's blessing, of course, we did provide state funding for our new Danbury Academy, which is middle and high school related specific curricula, but that has bogged down in a price gouging war with the people who actually own the property we were looking at. So we're dealing with that. We're dealing with about 20 years of municipal underfunding of education here in Danbury. We're in spite of the fact that my colleagues in the state have been very generous and very helpful in increasing dramatically the amount of state dollars that come to Danbury, which is not only ECS funding, but it's an alliance district, was a priority school district. That's all been very, very helpful. But we're still wrestling with both the underfunding, and we keep increasing our population. Certainly during the pandemic, we've seen an incredible increase in families moving into Danbury, mostly from Westchester County in New York. We've observed that I get new voter information every month, and I look at where people are moving from, and that seems to be one of the big sources of population increase in Danbury and in Connecticut. So we're going to be asking you for your interest and your help in the overcrowding. We also enrolled Danbury in the open choice program about a year or so ago, and we had great hopes for it. But like Norwalk, which Senator Duff and I have shared sympathies over the open choice program, and he dealt with, and I've seen some of his messages, totally racist problems with suburban schools refusing to participate with or urban schools, as Danbury and Norwalk both are, which really makes my blood boil. It makes me very angry because we've been seeing in the last 5 or 6 years more overt racism that has seeped into civic discourse and into policy making. So when you talk about the diversity, about minorities, teacher recruitment, I applaud you very heartily. I'd give you a standing ovation. But these are things that I think the state of Connecticut's education system faces. You correctly observed the number of non-white students we have in our system, but of course, they're not geographically distributed evenly. There's clearly a concentration in the largest cities, much less of a concentration in the rural areas and the suburban areas. And I think this is one of the great challenges of our time, to make sure that every student has the same opportunities as every other student to become educated, to become a productive member of our civic society, to become an informed voter, to really participate fully in all that American and Connecticut's culture and education opportunities provide. And it makes me angry when I'm watching what's happening in other states. This, okay, you can't use the word black, you can't use the word gay, you burn books. Those who burn books will burn people. And we saw that happening in 20th century Europe. That is another thing that makes me angry. I appreciate very much your commitment that you've made here today, and I have certainly seen in your actions in the last year or so to make sure Connecticut's education system is a full opportunity. And we in the legislature will work closely with you, certainly providing funding. I think that dealing with school funding is also one of the greatest challenges that we face here in the 21st century. So I'm hoping we can all work together on that. And as I say, I can certainly be happy to set up, if you'd like to visit the Danbury school system and see for yourself how desperate we are for space and how it has negatively impacted the educational experience. On a slightly different topic, we've seen remote learning in the last couple of years, and I'm wondering if it's time to start thinking while I want kids back in school, I want them socializing. I want them, personally, I miss the cafeteria at the LOB probably among everything else, because that's how we politicians schmooze. And I want to see that back. But we have an opportunity to take a look at what remote learning may be for a possibility in the future for kids that are having medical issues, maybe for special ed students, maybe for kids that have the challenge of transportation. I remember back in my high school days, way back in the 20th century, one of my classmates had hemophilia and could not leave the house much. And we set up state-of-the-art, but clearly primitive today, audio within classrooms that allowed him to participate. So I see that as an opportunity that needs to be studied and developed. And I'm hoping that the State Department of Ed will maintain a cutting-edge approach to these kinds of issues. I share Ed Vargas's antipathy to charter schools, which is just taking state taxpayer dollars and local taxpayer dollars away to give it to private businesses. I share Representative Perillo's concerns about truancy, but I don't have any answers off the top of my head here today. I do hear from teachers, and I deal with both CEA, NEA Danbury, and with AFT at Henry Abbott Tech, one of your schools, as you happily mentioned. And I'm just so delighted that's kind of the archival magnet schools, and it works. So I mean, here in Danbury was set up to provide operators and designers of heading. It's so long ago. This is before I was born, and it has such an incredible opportunity for kids in all of Western Connecticut. And we have, the Western Connecticut Academy. That's also a magnet school operating here in Danbury. I'd like to see more of that as funding opens up. And we've talked a little bit about masks. I certainly want to follow the science. I side with parents who want to keep their kids safe and follow the targeted numbers very closely. Here in Western Connecticut, most of the school districts have decided to go maskless or leave it to parental option in the very near future, except Danbury still hasn't made that decision. I'm following that very closely. And we are very much grateful for the assistance that the Department of Health and the Department of Education have provided in that. And I'm hoping, though, as this continues to unfold and parents insist that their kids stay protected wearing masks, that those kids aren't bullied, and that getting picked on by their classmates is bullying and should be not merely discouraged, but should be punished when it's happened. I know that's a lot, and I've thrown quite a bit at you, but that's really my concern about the future of public education here in Connecticut. And I'm certainly I'm more than happy to hear any comments you'd like to make, and very much want to work closely with you to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to get a great world-class education here in Connecticut. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Representative. And on the point you ended on, we are together in this about a world-class education in our state. The reason I shared with you the diversity because I consider it Connecticut's beautiful diversity. And we really have to make sure that a zip code does that define your outcome, and that there is that opportunity for world-class education here in our state. One of the documents that we shared regarding masking address the question, what assistance can be provided to students and staff making personal decisions regarding mask wearing? And we've put that in the guidance because we want to be sure that personal decisions, if those are made, that those are accommodated and respected in that space, which is critically important. Regarding virtual learning, we've learning from others in other states who've been ahead of us on this path. Please, I think it's today we're putting out the standards that we've developed to make sure that there is guidance and kind of rules for the road when we do this. You've talked about our students with disabilities. Critically important that we're addressing those needs, and we're looking for if there's accommodations that's necessary. It is really important for students to have the access and the support that they need there as well. And so lots of, I started a special populations roundtable, which was monthly, working with our advocates who specifically are really focused on our student with disabilities, to making sure that we're hearing what issues or concerns are so that we can be responsive and assist our districts as much as possible. And so I thank you and thank all of you. And it's so important that we all work together. When I talk about key stakeholders representative, it means our policymakers as well. And which is why I talked about the sessions and the briefings that I had to make sure that we're sharing with you, here is the legislation that you've passed. Want to make sure you know where we are in implementation. But very key, I'll be coming back to tell you where we are in implementation and outcomes, because ultimately that is so critically important. So I welcome an invitation to come to Danbury at any time. That's really so key for us, that we are all working together on behalf of our kids. The issues are thorny, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
There's a book that I keep here. It's about how to achieve common ground. Recognizing that there may be points of disagreement, but hopefully we can come together with the kids at the center of everything that we're doing in terms of policy. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. I'm delighted with your comments. I'm looking forward to voting for you more than once, I suspect, both in committee and later on. We'll work together to arrange a visit sometime. And thank you so much. I'm really excited by all that you're saying and doing. And I'm very comfortable that the future of education is in very good hands here in Connecticut. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any other hands up. Does anybody else have any questions for the Commissioner? Anybody else have any questions for the Commissioner? Okay, I don't see anybody else. I know we do have some members of the community who would like to testify. It's the right time right now, Madam Clerk, right?
If you can wait till the end of the hearing, or they can testify now. It's up to you, sir.
Yep, why don't we just do it now? Jocelyn Delancey, are you ready? Hi, Jocelyn, how are you?
Hi, good morning. Good morning,
Good morning.
Senator Duff and Representative Concepcion and members of the Executive and Legislation's Nominations Committee. I'm Jocelyn Delancey, the Vice President of the Connecticut Education Association. CEA represents over 150 districts in Connecticut, and our President, Kate Diaz, is sorry that she can't be here this morning. I'm here this morning to support the confirmation of Charlene Russell Tucker as Commissioner of the Department of Education. As interim commissioner, Ms. Russell Tucker has been highly effective at a time when the Department of Education has faced enormous challenges due to the global pandemic, some of which you touched upon this morning. During her time as interim commissioner, Ms. Russell Tucker has shown tremendous leadership. She excels in bringing people together from various points of view to better inform decisions that affect public education in Connecticut. In doing so, Ms. Russell Tucker has been instrumental in ensuring coordination across state agencies and ensuring that parents, educators, and other stakeholders across the state are heard by state agency policymakers. As a longtime leader within the State Department of Education, Ms. Russell Tucker has helped guide the State Department of Education policy toward being more representative of children of color, more meaningful to students who aspire to be more than a test score, and more trauma-informed for students who can excel at the appropriate support of caring adults. Such perspectives have waned in public education over the past 2 decades, to the detriment of students' learning and development and for teacher retention. They have become irrefutably more necessary as the effects of the pandemic on students, parents, and educators persist. Ms. Russell Tucker has been an influential voice of reason during this time, and continues to be through her tenure as interim commissioner. We welcome Ms. Russell Tucker's confirmation as commissioner. Thank you and have a wonderful morning.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Jocelyn. Next, we have Jan Hochtel from AFT. Hi, Jan.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, and members of the committee. I am Jan Hochtel, and I will turn on my camera. There we go. I am president of AFT Connecticut, and I'm testifying today on behalf of our 30,000 members, especially the teachers, paraeducators, and other school-related personnel that we represent. And I speak today in strong support of Charlene Russell Tucker as Commissioner of Education for the state of Connecticut. I have to admit, when Dr. Cardona was named Commissioner of Education, I was really excited. And not just because he was a former AFT member and a graduate of the technical high school system where I taught, but he built a strong relationship with labor leaders from the start. And while I was thrilled for him when he became Secretary of Education, I was also sorry to see him leave. But from her first day as acting commissioner, Charlene has not only maintained those relationships with AFT and other organizations that represent frontline educators, she's improved and expanded those relationships. In my time as representing teachers, I've worked with many educational leaders, but Charlene's willingness to explain the department's positions, ask others for their opinions, and consider the feedback from frontline workers is really unique. In every meeting we have, she articulates what the department is doing and explains the rationale. And then she says, and now I want to listen. And she truly does listen. We may not always agree, but with every decision that's made, but we know that we've been heard and that she's seeking consensus and that her decision is based on her genuine concern and knowledge of Connecticut students and educators. Her time as acting commissioner is a model for the value of true labor management collaboration. Charlene was put into her position as acting commissioner in the most difficult time in history for educators. Her thoughtful leadership and willingness to work with educators to keep students and teachers safe, and all the while providing our students with education they needed, was a nearly impossible task. Commissioner Russell Tucker's firm sense of what is right for all Connecticut students and her desire for true collaboration has helped guide our state through these challenging times. It has been an honor to work with her over the past several years, and I look forward to working with her moving forward because I'm excited to see the ways her leadership will benefit the students and educators of our state. I strongly urge you to approve Charlene Russell Tucker as Commissioner of Education. Thank you.
Thanks, Jan. Appreciate it. Next is Andrew Feinstein. Did I get that correct, sir?
That's close enough, Senator Duff. I'm Andy Feinstein. I'm the legislative chair of Special Education Equity for Kids in Connecticut, which is SEEK, a statewide organization of parents, providers, attorneys, and advocates working for excellent education for students with disabilities. I've been doing this for a long time. Dr. Russell Tucker is the 8th commissioner I've worked with. And I will tell you, there has been none who has been as accessible. Not just accessible, she reaches out to us to get our views. Now, I can give you a long list of things I disagree with Dr. Russell Tucker on and the way she and what she's done in the department. But as Jan and Jocelyn said, God, I'm on a number of commissions with Jocelyn, I should know that. As Jan and Jocelyn said, she listens, she seeks our views, and I too was sad when President Biden stole Miguel Cardona away from us. But Dr. Russell Tucker and the rest of the department has done an outstanding job. I should say that a lot of the things that I would like the department to do that they're not doing now are due to tremendous staff shortages at the Department of Education. It is beyond lean. It is an emaciated department. And I would ask that the legislature take some steps to actually provide the Department of Education with the staff they need to enforce the law. But as a commissioner, Charlene Russell Tucker certainly deserves our support and your support as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Feinstein. Appreciate it. Are there any other members of the public who would like to testify? I don't see any others. Any other members of the committee wish to testify or ask questions? I'm sorry, ask questions. Not, Commissioner, we ask everybody one question before that we go. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate your time and your diligence in answering all the questions. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. Next, before we get to our next two, I have to make a clarification because we received clarifying letters from the governor's office regarding John P. Fitzgerald and Sharon Hayne for the human rights referees. They are joint resolutions, not just House resolutions. So I just want to make that clarification on our agenda. Wendy, our clerk, had sent out a new agenda earlier. And so again, wanted to make people aware that those are joint resolutions, not just House resolutions. So I think we can move forward after that clarification. So is Attorney Fitzgerald here?
Yes, Senator, I am.
Hi, how are you, sir? So would you, let me just find the script here. Would you raise your right hand, please? And you promise, swear, affirm to tell us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And feel free to make an opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, and members of the committee. I am John Fitzgerald of Bristol. It is a pleasure to appear before you today. I am honored to be nominated by Governor Lamont as a human rights referee at the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. I am a graduate of Boston College, received my JD from Case Western Reserve University School of Law, and a master's degree in public policy from Trinity College. Prior to my interim appointment in November 2021, I was an attorney in private practice in Bristol. I served as a human rights referee at CHRO from 1999 to 2011, and as a human rights magistrate in 2020. My current civic and professional memberships include the Connecticut Bar Association, chairperson of Bristol's Charter Revision Commission, and chairperson of Bristol's Housing Code of Appeals Board. Complaints filed with the commission are first assessed by commissioner investigator. If the investigator believes there's reasonable cause that discrimination may have occurred, the complaint is sent to our office for a public hearing or trial with a human rights referee. When the complaint comes to our office, it is first assigned by the chief human rights referee to a referee who serves as a presiding referee for that case. The presiding referee assigns a date for a hearing conference and notice is sent to the parties. The hearing conference serves as a scheduling conference at which dates are assigned for activities including the exchange of documents, motions to compel the exchange of documents, the exchange of witness and exhibit lists, a pretrial conference, and a public hearing. A settlement conference conducted by an attorney or a referee other than the presiding referee will also be scheduled. The hearing conference is also an opportunity for the presiding referee to explain the procedure to attorneys and pro se parties who may be unfamiliar with the process. Thereafter, at the settlement conference, the settlement attorney or referee will work with the parties to settle the case. If the case does not settle, the parties prepare for the public hearing through the exchange of documents and of witness and exhibit lists. Prior to the public hearing, the presiding referee will meet with the parties in a pretrial conference to resolve any outstanding issues, review the witness and exhibit lists, and discuss and prepare for the public hearing. As a presiding referee then, my workday could involve conducting a hearing conference, a status conference, a pretrial conference, or a public hearing, some of which last multiple days. I'll also be reviewing, researching, and ruling on motions, some as uncomplicated as a request for a continuance, others more complicated, such as a motion to amend a complaint, to dismiss a complaint, to compel the production of documents, or to impose sanctions. After a public hearing concludes, I review the exhibits, transcripts, and the parties' briefs. I research state and federal case law on legal issues on the case, and then write detailed final decisions with factual findings based on the evidence presented, along with my analysis of applicable case law and when discrimination is found, ordering the appropriate remedy, such as cease and desist orders, monetary damages, fees, attorney's fees, and costs. According to its mission statement, the mission of the Connecticut Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities is to eliminate discrimination through civil and human rights law enforcement, and to establish equal opportunity and justice for all persons within the state through advocacy and education. I believe that providing all parties with a full and fair opportunity to present their case, the referees play an important role in fulfilling CHRO's mission of eliminating discrimination, establishing equal opportunity, and ensuring justice for all of Connecticut citizens. I appreciate your time today, and I welcome the opportunity to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thanks for taking on this role to be human rights referee. Is this your first go around, did you say?
No, this is actually my second.
Your second time, okay. And how's it been working through the pandemic as a human rights referee?
Yeah, and it's been a bit of a challenge this time because of the pandemic, a lot of cases didn't move. We just couldn't have hearings in person. And it took us a while to set up the Zoom and the MS Teams, but we're getting through that. And we're now holding hearings either by Zoom or by MS Teams. So the cases are moving forward.
Yeah. And what do you have an idea of, like, what kind of cases you're seeing or the commission is seeing the most? Is there a trend right now?
Yeah, we tend to see more employment cases, generally involving claims of discrimination based on race or sex,
Right.
and then some age.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And are those, when they're settled, do you tend to then keep them out of court, or are parties satisfied, or you feel like they're going to the next step after CHRO?
Yeah, once they settle, they're done. It's been resolved to the mutual satisfaction of the parties.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't settle, then they come to my office for their trial. And whoever loses the trial, if they're unhappy with that decision, they can appeal our decisions to the Superior Court.
Right. And do you see that happening often, or do people, when your part is done, people move along and go, or do you see a lot of cases going to the courts?
No, I think people are generally, while they may not be happy, I think they have a sense they've been heard, and they tend not to move on.
Okay. Yeah, that was my question, because I know it's a lot of work. So it's you want to make sure that the work you're doing is it's not just another step in the process, but you like you said, people feel like they've been heard, and so they may or may not agree with the answer or decision, but they feel like they've been heard, which is important. So great. Thank you very much. Representative Concepcion?
Yeah, just one quick, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick follow-up to something you asked. I know you just said that employment cases are kind of the biggest things you guys deal with currently. Was that the same case when you first were a referee at CHRO for the 10, 11 years, or has the pandemic kind of pivoted some of those cases?
No, employment was a top one last time too, and then followed by housing, and also we have public accommodation. Okay. People who think they were denied services in a place of business because of our restaurant for discriminatory reasons.
Got it. That's all I had. Congratulations on your nomination. Look forward to supporting your name as we go on.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thank you, sir. Any other questions? I don't see any hands up. Representative Kennedy, do you have any questions at all?
No questions, just a quick comment, Mr.
Sure.
Chairman, if you may. Attorney Fitzgerald, thank you for your willingness to continue serving. I'm sure that many times serving on this CHRO can get very daunting, and I appreciate, hopefully cases will start to move forward. It's got to be very frustrating for the complainants that have cases that are sitting. So I appreciate your willingness to serve and look forward to supporting your nomination. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Quinn, I see you moving your camera around. I'm not sure if you have any questions at all. Not putting you on the spot, no? Okay. Any other questions from members of the committee? Okay. All right, thank you. And just a question we ask everybody. Is there anything in your past that I believe might prove to be embarrassing to this committee, to the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No, Senator, there's not.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Congratulations on your Thank you. Congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you.
Next is Sharon Hayne of Farmington. Did I get that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Senator.
Oh, good.
And
Okay.
good
One
morning.
for two today. Thank you. Good morning. Do you have an opening? Actually, let me first swear you in. If you raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you promise, swear, or affirm to tell us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Do you have an opening statement?
Yes.
Okay, proceed, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Duff, Chairman Concepcion, Vice Chair Looney, Vice Chair Quinn, ranking members Kelly and Kennedy, and members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. It is an honor and privilege to appear before you this morning and to be nominated by Governor Ned Lamont to serve as the Chief Human Rights Referee in the Office of Public Hearings of the Connecticut Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities, also known as CHRO. I offer my sincere thanks to this committee for the opportunity to appear before you to express my desire to serve in the role of Chief Human Rights Referee. By way of background, I am a native of Toledo, Ohio, and I currently live in Farmington. I received my bachelor's degree from Ohio University, my master's degree from Harvard, my law degree from Vanderbilt, and my doctorate in policy and law from Northeastern University. I've worked for several law firms and served as in-house counsel for a global corporation. In 2010, I started my own law firm where I practiced in the areas of housing law, litigation, entertainment law, business law, and contracts. In 2011, I was appointed by the Chief Court Administrator to serve as a magistrate for small claims and motor vehicle infractions. I was the president of the Connecticut Magistrates Association for 7 years, where I served as a statewide leader for magistrates and championed the rights of magistrates to assist their role in administering justice. Additionally, I created a continuing legal education course for the magistrates and planned educational workshops. In 2016, I was appointed by then Governor Malloy to serve as chair of CHRO and served in this role until my nomination as the Chief Human Rights Referee. During my tenure as the commission chair, I was engaged in CHRO's mission to eliminate discrimination through civil and human rights law enforcement and to establish equal opportunity and justice for all persons within the state through advocacy and education. I was involved in outreach, approval of affirmative action plans, and other advocate duties that advance CHRO's mission. Therefore, my nomination as the Chief Human Rights Referee enables me to apply my experience as the former commission chair of CHRO, as well as my passion and dedication to human rights, my adjudicatory experience of serving as a magistrate for almost 10 years, and my leadership as president of the Connecticut Magistrates Association. When I started my interim role as the Chief Human Rights Referee, there was a considerable backlog of cases in the Office of Public Hearings due to referee retirement and the pandemic. All backlog due to referee retirement has been processed, and the parties are headed towards accessing justice. In a brief period, numerous conferences, scheduling orders, hearings and damages, and pre-hearing conferences have either been conducted or scheduled. Additionally, I reviewed some of the internal policies and procedures in the Office of Public Hearings, and I updated or revised as necessary various practices to maximize efficiency. I am very dedicated to efficiency and judicial functionality as it relates to the administration of justice and the public's access to justice from an experiential and even an academic standpoint. For example, my doctoral dissertation examined safety and operational efficiency in the judiciary and its effect on the administration of justice. Therefore, I'm seeking your confirmation to continue CHRO's mission and to utilize my leadership skills and qualifications to optimize efficiency and dispense justice to aggrieved parties in Connecticut. Thank you to the committee and my sincere thanks for the opportunity to appear before you. I welcome any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Well, certainly your qualifications will never be called into question. It seems like you're very well qualified, obviously. And I appreciate your testimony for sure. I don't think I have any questions other than just kind of the work you're doing, kind of what I asked Mr. Fitzgerald, kind of basically what you're seeing and trends and anything as legislators we should be on the lookout for, be mindful of over at CHRO.
So actually, as Referee Fitzgerald was indicated, there is a large amount of employment cases that we see. In the last year, this is filed actually at the agency level. There were 1,765 employment cases. And then there's the housing cases of 221, and then the public accommodation cases of 151. Now, it's my understanding, again, at the agency level, there has been an increase of COVID-related cases concerning discrimination. So essentially disparities in application of restrictions, especially in the school system. So there has been an increase in those types of cases. I have, at this point, have only been in this role for about 3 months or so not had to actually process in these cases yet, but I'm sure that we'll be seeing some of those cases that will be entering the tribunal and certified.
Right. Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And just flipping through your resume here online, and again, as I said earlier, you're just, very, very qualified, and thank you for serving. Appreciate it. It's a lot of work, and I'm sure there's other opportunities you could certainly have, but we appreciate your taking on these important roles for sure. So I think I will stop there, and just also want to say Dr. Payne as well, because I see that, and so I apologize for not addressing you that earlier. Mr. Chairman, Representative Concepcion, you have any questions or comments?
No specific. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No specific questions, just to echo your comments. I think the state's extremely lucky to have someone like you in this particular role, given your education and your experience with these types of matters. So wanted to thank you, and really thank you for giving your time to this state, and appreciate your willingness to serve. I think the only question I had you answered, which was, when did you start in the interim role? And I believe you said 3 months ago. Is that correct?
So November 5th, Friday, November 5th was my first day.
Okay. So again, I appreciate the time that you've taken so far, and look forward to supporting your nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Kennedy, any questions at all?
Just one quick question, Commissioner Chairman, following up on some of yours. Dr. Payne, welcome and congratulations on your nomination. You certainly bring a wealth of knowledge to the committee. Following up, as you were citing some of the trends, and you said some of the cases were COVID related and discrimination. Are you at liberty to elaborate, or that because vaccinations, or can you elaborate what those cases may be related to?
Right. So I will just state that these cases are still at the agency level. They have not been certified to the tribunal, but it's my understanding that there have been some issues with certain restrictions that are placed upon, for example, in the school system students. Some students have to quarantine for maybe 5 days, other students either within the same school district, 10 days. And so there's a disparity of how some of the restrictions are being applied to others specifically, and there may be even be within agencies why there could also be some discrepancies.
I appreciate your response, Dr. Payne. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I see Senator Kelly on. I don't know if he has any questions at all. I don't mean to call him out, but just wanted, as a ranking member, wanted to afford him that opportunity. So any other questions from members of the committee at all? Any other questions from members of the committee or comments? I don't see any. Okay, I'll ask our question that we ask. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove to be embarrassing to this committee, to the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Next, on item 3 on our public hearing agenda today is Claire Coleman of Woodbridge to be the Consumer Counsel.
Good morning, Senator.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Good. Okay, ready to get going? Will you please raise your right hand? Do you promise, swear, affirm, to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. And please proceed with your opening statement.
Thanks very much. Good morning, Chair Duff, Chair Concepcion, Vice Chair Looney, Vice Chair Quinn, ranking members Kelly and Kennedy, and all members of the Committee on Executive and Legislative Nominations. It is a true honor to appear today as the governor's nominee to serve as Connecticut's Consumer Counsel, the state's principal advocate for consumers of utility services. I'm grateful to the governor for appointing me for this position and to the committee for the opportunity to appear before you to speak about my goals and qualifications. The work of the Office of Consumer Counsel touches the lives of every resident of Connecticut. Electricity, heat, water, telecommunications, and internet access are essential to health, safety, and leading productive daily lives. The COVID-19 public health emergency has reinforced how critical reliable utility services are and access to dependable, affordable internet are to all residents and businesses of Connecticut. We are also at a critical juncture in terms of modernizing our energy and telecom infrastructure. Recent storms have demonstrated the fragility of our electric grid. Global and regional energy markets are shifting towards a more diversified and sustainable energy mix. This transition is complex and creates both opportunities and challenges for the state and regional energy systems and requires careful planning. Connecticut residents also carry too high of an energy burden. Communities of color and economically distressed communities not only face the highest energy burden, but are also disproportionately impacted by energy pollution and frequently occurring severe storms. Too many residents and small businesses in our cities and rural pockets of Connecticut are also unable to access or afford wireline broadband at home or in their business. Affordable, reliable energy and broadband are essential to helping existing Connecticut businesses grow and attracting new jobs and companies to our state. Addressing these challenges will be top priorities for me as Consumer Counsel. As Consumer Counsel, I will work to secure the benefits of modern infrastructure and technologies that empower consumers while minimizing costs and risk to consumers, also frequently called ratepayers. I take my responsibility as the advocate for all ratepayers seriously. I understand that the role was originally established to address the procedural injustice of consumers previously having no voice when their electricity rates were determined, and to serve as a counterbalance to the utilities. I will work hard to elevate the voice of consumers in rate proceedings, as well as in the development of state and federal policy and law. It is my nature to work to find innovative pathways to solutions that uplift and address the needs of all. As interim Consumer Counsel these last 2 months, I can attest that the demands are incredibly dynamic and multidimensional. Our office is simultaneously appearing in numerous regulatory proceedings before the Public Utility Regulatory Authority, known as PURA, as litigants in courts and in several policy and regulatory forums across state and federal levels. I am constantly impressed by the dedication and capabilities of the 13 women and men serving in and for this office. My professional and education experience have prepared me well for the extraordinary breadth and responsibilities of this position. I'd point you first to the depth and diversity of my legal and advocacy experience. Since graduating from law school almost 19 years ago, I have worked as a lawyer in both the public and private sectors and in state and federal government. I have experience litigating in court, negotiating state and federal legislation, and in administrative law and regulation. I spent several years conducting internal investigations in the private sector, as well as congressional investigations in the U.S. House of Representatives for the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. All of this experience has prepared me to represent consumers in all relevant forums and taught me to be both strategic and practical to achieve favorable outcomes. A major portion of the work of the OCC relates to energy law and policy, a field in which I have particularly strong foundation. On the House Oversight Committee, I staffed the Regulatory Affairs Subcommittee, through which many environmental and energy regulations were evaluated. My prior work as an energy attorney at Connecticut Fund for the Environment, now Save the Sound, provided me with the opportunity to appear before PURA, as well as engage with the Energy and Technology Committee, including some of you, on state energy policy. Through my recent position at the Office of Policy and Management, I worked on interagency initiatives like the Governor's Council on Climate Change and the Steering Committee on State Sustainability, through which I worked on complex energy issues facing the state and the importance of exercising fiscal discipline in identifying solutions that will serve the public interest. I seek your confirmation of my nomination so that I can put this experience, my dedication to public service, to work in service of Connecticut ratepayers. I pledge to work tirelessly on behalf of utility consumers to keep rates reasonable and just, while recognizing that enabling a transition to a more equitable, reliable, and secure energy, telecommunications, and information infrastructure will benefit consumers of both today and tomorrow. Thank you for the time and courtesy you have extended to me today, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Claire. Appreciate that, and thank you for your testimony. I was reading through it as you were giving it. So thank you, and congratulations on being nominated by the governor for this really important position. I would say that most people probably have no idea what the Office of Consumer Counsel does. I don't know if you're finding that at all, but it is really a very important role. So thank you for taking the time to explain all that and your experience that you've had over the years. A lot of folks talk a lot about, when we think about ratepayer advocate, those of us at least in the building and those who are aware of the office talk a lot about the electricity side. They may not talk a lot about the technology side as well. I mean, both areas people interested in, and you know, we can kind of nerd out together here on so much of this. But can you talk a little bit about how the bipartisan infrastructure deal will help with the technology side, and how your office can assist in that, in making sure that folks have the ability to get onto broadband?
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator Duff. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about these important issues, and thanks for your leadership on telecom and internet issues. The Office of State Broadband, which is within the Office of Consumer Counsel, has been working incredibly hard to help deploy internet access in the state of Connecticut. And I actually had an opportunity over the last year to work closely with that portion of our office as we were working on the governor's broadband bill, which passed in legislation last year. So it's a really exciting time for Connecticut because we are positioned really well to take advantage of all of the funding and programming coming from the IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, for broadband deployment because of that groundwork that we've laid through the Broadband Act passed last session. The money that the IIJA will bring in combination with the monies from the ARPA capital projects funds is incredible for Connecticut. You know, over $200 million, which we believe should put us in a great position to fund the access and the infrastructure to broadband. But that is not all that needs to be done. Our office is laser focused on the other prongs of the stool, so to speak, in terms of ensuring that all Connecticut residents and businesses have access to strong, reliable internet connections. And that's also ensuring devices are available, ensuring adoption and appropriate digital literacy. We've been working with libraries across the state and other state partners to ensure that members of our communities have the tools to be able to use the internet as it's deployed. And then, of course, there's affordability, which I think the IIJA will also help us tailor state digital equity plans to ensure that not only can people access the internet through reliable broadband connections, but that they're able to afford it as well. So we're really excited about that work. And then, of course, there are the consumer protections as well, which are equally as important. And our office is engaged daily in ensuring that we continue to support all of the work done both at the legislature and the many dockets at PURA, working to help ensure that the infrastructure and the systems are in place.
Great. Thank you for that. And I would just one other quick comment or question, and then I'll open it up to the committee, is especially on technology issues, and we can talk about electrical issues too all day, but just on the technology front, what we're seeing, and I just want to see if this is something that you would agree with, is that it seems that the courts are recognizing states' rights more and more on technology issues. I think they see that a number of issues coming up. Congress is not moving on things. The FCC seems a little paralyzed. They don't have the fifth member, I believe it is, right now, and so therefore, states. Courts are giving states more authority on a number of issues, whether it's net neutrality, whether it's billing issues, whether it's data privacy issues, other types of things. So is that something you're seeing as a trend as well, you think?
Absolutely, Senator. We recently saw a Ninth Circuit decision affirming California's state net neutrality law. That's just one example of consumer protections that states do have the authority to pass, notwithstanding this sort of back and forth that's happening at the federal level. Our office does believe strongly there's a strong role for states in ensuring these critical consumer protections, and the courts are one after another agreeing with that. So it's an exciting time, and look forward to working with you on that further.
That's great. I think we could safely say that judges and their families have computers too and broadband.
Yeah, absolutely.
That may help. Who knows? All right. Thank you, Representative Concepcion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Claire, congratulations on your nomination. This is exciting work, and I am one that wasn't sure what the OCC did until I saw your nomination come through and did a little digging. And it's certainly, one of the more important, offices that we have here in the state of Connecticut. And as a representative here in the city of Hartford, I know how critical that digital divide is between some of just say our central business district and some of our neighborhoods. So appreciate the work that the office currently does and will continue to do to shrink that gap in as much as we can here, because you're absolutely right. I mean, the businesses, not just residents, but businesses, particularly the small businesses in our neighborhoods, need that ability to for telecom and internet access and all that great stuff. So thank you for all your work. Just had one quick question, and that was, it's something you mentioned later on in your testimony is, how does the office balance or try to balance the cost to ratepayers versus ensuring that Connecticut is kind of leading the charge when it comes to telecom and energy and all of that? How do you balance the cost and the effectiveness of utilities?
Well, you've hit. Thank you, Representative Concepcion, for the question. You've actually hit on sort of the most challenging aspect of my role, because it is a balancing act. We need investments to get consumers to a better place, yet ratepayers and consumers cannot afford to do everything, right? So what our office does is we look at every single proposal, whether it's a grid infrastructure proposal to upgrade a substation, or it's a proposal related to grid modernization on storage or electric vehicle deployment, and we say, how are these plans being deployed in the most cost-effective way, so that the monies that ratepayers are investing are good investments and are going to benefit them in the end. And there's tools, they're known as either cost benefit analyses or benefit cost analyses, depending on which you want to put first, but tools that we use to evaluate all of these proposals. And it's really critical that our office with the accounting and financial skills are there understanding what are the impacts on ratepayers, and we're informing both PURA in the regulatory setting and also our legislature as it weighs many of these proposals in bills, what will the consumer impact be, both in terms of rates, but then also in terms of, benefits and what these tools will allow consumers to do in the end. And then, to your point about people not knowing what the Office of Consumer Counsel does, I see that as one of a critical role of mine. Our office does such critical, important work, and I'm really looking forward to getting out there, speaking with more legislators, talking with the public, with consumers. I've been trying to do that in the last 2 months that I've been here, and really raise awareness of what we do and seek input from consumers directly on how we can best represent them.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for your comments, and congratulations again on your nomination. I look forward to supporting you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Representative Kennedy, you have any questions?
No questions, sir. And thank you, Attorney Coleman. I look forward to working with you. You have a great deal to offer, and it should be a good partnership between all of us. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Representative.
Thank you. Senator Formica, followed by Representative Iaccarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, Attorney Coleman. How are you?
Good. Great to see you, Senator.
Thank you. You too. Appreciate all your hard work in your many roles over the years, and we've agreed on some and disagreed on some. I want to go back in time a little bit. You were a strong opponent of Millstone, as I recall, and moving that forward. The way it subsequently played out with the power purchase agreement and moving them forward at 4.99 cents, the information shows that saved ratepayers over $60 million just in the month of January this year alone. I have concerns about the renewable industry being able to take over and replace baseload power like natural gas and Millstone's station of nuclear. As you know, I've been a proponent of offshore wind and grid scale solar and storage and my work on the Energy Committee. And I think those are all important, but they're all certainly more costly than nuclear. We have about 5 or 6 years before we got to really worry about nuclear, which may include small modular reactors on the site in Waterford or other components. So with that long lead up, my question to you is, has your opinion on nuclear changed, or are you still going to be an opponent as we move forward?
Thank you, Senator Formica. I appreciate the question. All of your incredibly valuable work on the Energy and Technology Committee over the years. Yes, I do recall having meetings with you in your office on the support for Millstone. And I do want to clarify the position I took then, which was then on behalf of Connecticut Fund for the Environment and the climate, and energy constituents, which, I view as, is a very different role than being the advocate for all ratepayers. But even then, the position was not to be against Millstone. Millstone is always seen as an incredibly valuable base load zero carbon resource. The opposition was to Connecticut ratepayers being the ones to be sort of as a regional, because it's a regional investment and a regional resource. The hope was that we would find a regional solution to share that burden. And the concern was again sort of, should we be focused on investments across the board? So that was the position then, but that it was never against Millstone, because I do then and now, Millstone is an incredibly reliable resource. And as the ratepayer advocate, and to your point, see Millstone as being even more important, not just based on the sort of rate impacts that you summarized, but also because as we transition to other renewable and zero carbon resources, Millstone provides that that base load, non-intermittent value to the grid. So, I'm very glad that Millstone is still part of Connecticut's energy mix. I will still continue to support at the regional and state level ways of allowing for the other New England states that benefit from Millstone to also share in that support. But I think the more of the more energy we as Connecticut consumers can rely on from Millstone, the better off we are, both in terms of our climate goals and the economics. So I appreciate the ability to clarify my position on that.
Well, thank you very much. We know it's the largest source of carbon-free power that we have. And we also know that it's a $1.5 billion economic impact to the state of Connecticut, which doesn't seem to get factored into that regional conversation. They talk just energy on energy output. And without that 1.5 billion in economic benefit to the state of Connecticut, we would certainly be in a whole heck of a lot worse than we are now. But I'm glad that you're looking at that, and I hope that you go forward. One more question, Mr. Chairman, if I may, regarding Mira. Mira is closing their trashed energy plant pretty much in the very near future. Some say June, some say longer. As Consumer Counsel, I'm wondering if you've looked at this issue, because this is going to significantly raise costs to residents all over the state of Connecticut. This tipping fees will be exorbitant. Is this new definition by DEEP as to their solution is being called out-of-state landfilling, which to me is a bit of a hypocrisy and also not the right answer. We have 600,000 tons of trash that's going to be looking to find a home. We can accommodate some within the trashed energy plants in the state, but to do out-of-state landfilling with the rest of it, that's going to be about 75 or 80 tractor trailer trucks every day, 5 days a week, trucking this stuff out of Connecticut. So not only will the cost be exorbitant, but the environmental impact will completely offset any gains that we're looking to make with electric vehicles. So I'm not sure if you've got to look at that issue, but I'm hopeful that you have an opinion on it and you will be able to weigh in on that, because this has been a solution that's been avoided, in my view, by DEEP for a long, long time. And we're late to the game on getting this done. And we're going to be in some serious trouble about it, I think, shortly.
Thank you, Senator Formica. I agree. It's a really important issue for the state, across the board, economically, environmentally, because, MIRA doesn't come before PURA in terms of, rate setting. I haven't quite dug into this issue yet. I understand there are overlapping issues with trash to energy facilities and how those are integrated into various renewable portfolio standards. I'm happy to take a look at it from that perspective and have a conversation with you, offline about how we can support all of the goals and the challenges you see, because I agree, it's incredibly important.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I know that you're a hard worker, and I know that you'll do a good job, and I just hope you have an open mind moving forward on some of these very important issues. But you are good to work with, and you listen, and I think that would be a fresh approach to that position. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your support, and again, thank you for all your contributions to all of these challenges our state faces.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Coleman, for being here and stepping up. I have a couple of questions. For one, I do agree with Senator Formica about Millstone. It's vitally important for our energy costs and clean energy. But when I served on energy many years ago with Chairman Duff, was I think the chair of the Energy Committee, discussion was always to have that second transmission line down to Connecticut for hopefully lowering our energy costs. As on the council, do you look at that for lowering rates or discuss it with other states that compete for this?
Absolutely. So, I mean, transmission investments can both cost money to ratepayers and save money because the better transmission we have, the lower congestion. And, you know, in terms of our regional grid, when we have less congestion, we can take advantage of lower energy prices. So certainly, and that is one of the evaluations happening currently before PURA right now, looking at our transmission and distribution system, how we are prepared and what we need to do to rely further on investments like Millstone and then other distributed energy resources. So absolutely, that's front and center in our mind, ensuring that that balance is there.
I appreciate that, but I think it's been 11 or 12 years and it's like a stalemate between, I think, Hydro-Quebec and the other transmission lines to come down this far. And it's generally over money, everything's over money, it seems like. But is there any headway as far as getting any results for our ratepayers or one way or another?
Right. So because you know, initiatives such as Hydro-Quebec are reliant on other states, that's an issue that we might work on in the federal level and then through ISO New England. The Office of Consumer Counsel plays a role in a stakeholder group, a New England stakeholder group that then provides feedback to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and to ISO New England. And we have you know, supported investments that will make transmission less of an issue. And I'd be happy as I dig in more with my team on the specific issue of Hydro-Quebec, would be happy to talk to you about that further.
Just two more questions about internet service for homes or businesses. There's very little competition, and is your role in your office, is there anything to expand that competition? Because the rates keep going up for consumers. Things are expensive enough right now, but if rates continue to go up and many people are working from home or going to school from home, we need to really do something to try to lower those rates or get more competition.
Representative, I fully agree with you, and our office strongly supports competition because in the telecommunications sphere of our world, we can't regulate rates. As you mentioned, the best way to get rates to come down is through competition, and there's several policies that our office is supporting to encourage competition, both in working with the other state agencies that are involved in the deployment of these federal funds. We've advocated to ensure that, you know, the grants that are going to be offered are flexible so that all, you know, both incumbents to new competitors to, you know, municipalities, that every possible entrant into the market has the ability to compete. The other way we're seeking to foster competition is through streamlining the processes to get the access built. For example, the Public Utility Regulatory Authority, PURA, is currently overseeing two dockets, one on what's called One Touch Make Ready, which streamlines the pole attachment process. And the other is referred to as sort of dig once, when one company is seeking permits in a city to dig to put underground fiber in order to build out a broadband network. It requires notification to other internet service providers, and also to lay what's called a conduit, sort of a empty pipeline, to allow other providers, as they do come online in the state, to be able to easily insert their fiber into that conduit rather than having to dig up the streets over and over again. And these are, you know, mechanical issues, but they really are critical to helping with that sort of feasibility analysis as new providers are looking to whether they want to come into Connecticut and enter the market. And I'm happy to continue working with you as, you know, as these funds are deployed, seek ideas on ensuring competition, because I couldn't agree with you more. It's critical.
Well, you look at people, seniors with a limited income, or just people that just don't have the income, but they need that service. It's just so expensive, $80, $90, $100, $150 to have internet. It's just crazy, I think. And hopefully your office and we as legislators could do something about it.
Yes, we have been working with the AARP on ways that Connecticut seniors can take advantage of the Affordable Broadband Connection Program. That's the extension of the emergency broadband benefit through the federal government. We're happy that that benefit has continued and been expanded. And certainly affordability is critical. We can, getting access to the infrastructure is only possible with affordability, and we'll maintain laser focus on that in our work, and look forward to working with you on that.
It was cheaper 15 years ago than it is today, which should be the other way around. But I'll leave it at that. And I appreciate everything you're doing in your agency. Thank you, Mr. Chair, both Mr. Chairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your nomination. I'm excited to listen to you here today, and hope we can move forward. Just to kind of fill in on some background, I totally appreciate Senator Formica's concern. We keep talking about we need to convert cars from fossil fuels to electricity. And I asked the question, where is the electricity going to come from? And I haven't gotten an answer. There has been discussion of small nuclear. I haven't made a decision on that one way or the other, but I'm hoping that we can conduct a real study on that issue in the not too distant future, perhaps this year, because we're going to need that. And I just need to express my constituents and I are not happy with ISO New England. When the horrible headlines come out that bureaucrats in Massachusetts or wherever they are going to turn off your power because it's cold, that infuriates them. And being in politics and electoral politics, then it infuriates me, both as their representative and as a homeowner. When I get my electric bill every month and it's like I've got $20 worth of electricity and $50 or more worth of wire fees, it drives me crazy. And I think this is one of the big challenges we're going to be facing in the very near future. So I'm hoping that as Consumer Counsel, you won't have knee-jerk reactions to nuclear, to other green technologies, there's not enough space to completely electrify Connecticut with solar. There's not enough space to do the same with wind power. Local opposition to those kinds of projects is endemic. I see that a lot here in Western Connecticut for mostly reasons because they're not pretty. It's very difficult for us who, while we make laws, the policy is interpreted by PURA and the Siting Council. So I would counsel you to be open-minded. I'm trying to be open-minded. I haven't made decisions on any of these topics, except to know we're going to need a lot more electricity than we're using now, and very quickly. When the governor says, "Oh, we're going to provide more charging stations," I'm asked the question, "Where's the power coming from?" If ISO New England's going to turn off the power because it's cold. So I'm hoping you can help us deal with these huge challenges that are really coming from our constituents. It's electricity is more than a utility. It's a lifeline. Those of us who represent average as opposed to rich districts in Connecticut are very much aware of that. So I'm hoping that as we move forward, that we can stick to facts and science and deal with these challenges expeditiously and with an open mind. So thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you, Representative. I really appreciate your comments. I do always keep an open mind as sort of investigator, attorney kind of background, my first instinct is always to gather facts and to see, what are the facts, both as you mentioned, the science. In many cases, in my world, it's the engineering, which I am not an engineer, but I'm learning a lot quickly, and luckily have a lot of expertise within the office to help with that. And these challenges aren't, they're a combination of many factors. And I totally agree with you that, regional market reform and taking a proactive approach to transmission, keeping an open mind for new technologies. The small nuclear you mentioned is something that is also being explored through the Department of Energy, the IIJA, the Infrastructure Act that we spoke about before. Did provide some specific funding, and I know DOE is focused on that. So we, our office will look forward to learning more through the Department of Energy on those opportunities. And again, we are always focused on the most cost-effective energy resources that support all of these goals. So I look forward to working with you as we dig in.
Thank you so much. I'm an attorney, not an engineer too, so I totally get that. Since law school, it's what are the facts? I get that too. So I'm very happy to hear that. And I'm here in Danbury with the two adjoining districts to mine. One is Representative Arcati, who's the chair of Energy and Technology, and the other is Rahaba Ali Brennan, who's the vice chair of Energy and Technology. And I know they've worked very closely with Senator Formica and Senator Needleman, and hope that your commitment to making sure that they stay informed, that our constituents stay informed. It's a very difficult area, and I thank you for your commitment to taking up this challenge. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from members of the committee? I don't see any other hands up. Any other questions from members of the committee? All right. Thank you, Claire. Just want to make sure that we'll just ask the question. Anything in your past that you believe might prove to be embarrassing to the committee, to the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No, not at all.
All right. Well, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate the opportunity.
Okay. Thanks. And we will now, I don't think we have any other members of the public who would like to testify. Do we, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, then we will close the meeting, the public hearing, and convene our meeting of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. So we'll officially convene that now. Representative Concepcion, any remarks?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Item number 3 on our agenda is a House resolution for, so just House members can nominate, second, and vote for Charlene Russell Tucker of Guilford to be Commissioner of Education. Is there a motion?
I move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved by Representative Kennedy, seconded by Representative Godfrey. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion is a yes.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy is a yes.
Representative D'Agostino. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Perillo. Representative Yacarino.
Representative Yacarino is yes.
Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
That's your roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And we will keep the votes open till 3 o'clock today. All right, next is on item 3. Number 2 is House Joint Resolutions for review. First is John P. Fitzgerald of Bristol to be Human Rights Referee. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Representative Vargas, seconded by Representative Quinn. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion is a yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Senator Fonfara, Senator Formica,
Formica votes yes.
Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Moore, Representative Perillo, Senator Summers, Representative Yacarino,
Representative Yacarino votes yes.
Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
That's your roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is Dr. Sharon Hayne of Farmington to be a Human Rights Referee. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Mr.
Moved
Chairman.
by Representative Kennedy, second by Representative Vargas, I believe. Any conversation, discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion votes yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Senator Fonfara, Senator Formica,
Formica votes yes.
Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Moore, Representative Perillo, Senator Summers, Representative Yacarino,
Yacarino votes yes.
Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Thank you. That's your roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next is a Senate resolution for review. Claire Coleman of Woodbridge to be the Consumer Counsel. Is there a motion? Senators only.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Senator Formica, and I'll second it. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Senator Looney, Senator Kelly, Senator Fonfara, Senator Formica,
Formica votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Moore, Senator Summers. That's your roll, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And so we will keep the votes open till 3 o'clock today. And then we have a meeting scheduled for Thursday at 10 o'clock in the morning. So we will see you all back here. Look forward to getting the band back together. All right, everyone. Thank you.
Have a
Have
great
a
day,
good
everybody.
Bye.
See you guys.
Bye.
Hi, Representative.
Hello, Wendy.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, let's see. I have for you Claire Coleman to be Consumer Counsel.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, that is a Senate resolution.
Never mind then.
Take it back. Sorry, I'm trying to get through my papers. Okay. Sharon Hayne for Human Rights Referee.
Yes. Perillo votes yes.
John Fitzgerald to be a Human Rights Referee.
Perillo votes yes.
And this is the right one. Charlene Russell Tucker to be Commissioner of Education.
Perillo votes yes.
Thank you so much. Sorry about the mix up on the first one.
No worries, Wendy. Thanks a lot.
Take care.
See you Thursday.
Take care. Hi, Senator. You are on mute, ma'am. So I can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
There.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, I can.
Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
At the same time again.
Okay, let's see. I have for you not the Commissioner of Education because that was a House resolution, but I have Claire Coleman of Woodbridge to be Consumer Counsel.
Heather Summers votes yes.
Thank you. I have John Fitzgerald to be a Human Rights Referee,
Heather Summers votes yes.
and Sharon Hayne to be Human Rights Referee.
Heather Summers votes yes.
And that's it. You're off the hook.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. I'll see you on Thursday.
Yes, bye-bye.
Bye. Hi, Marty.
Hi, Wendy. Good. Okay, so I'm ready to cast my votes.
Okay, we have Sharon Hayne, Human Rights Referee,
Senator Looney votes yes on that joint resolution.
and John Fitzgerald to be a Human Rights Referee.
Senator Looney votes yes on that joint resolution as well.
And finally, Claire Coleman to be Consumer Counsel.
Senator
That's
Looney
a
votes
Senate
yes.
resolution.
Senator Looney votes yes on the Senate resolution.
And you are finished. Thank
Good.
you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you so much. Good.
Take care.
Right. See you Thursday, right? Or good.
Yep, Thursday.
Good. Thanks. Thanks, Wendy.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Hi, Senator. You're on mute, Senator.
Sorry, Wendy. I'm sorry.
No worries.
How are you today?
Okay, I have for you 2 House joint resolutions, which were from this morning, got switched, and then 1 Senate resolution.
Okay, what you got? Let's go.
I have Claire Coleman of Woodbridge to be Consumer Counsel.
Is that a reappointment?
No, this is a new one.
Consumer Counsel, Coleman.
Mhm.
Oh, all right. So, and that's joint, you say?
That is Senate resolution.
Okay, in the affirmative, Hartley in the affirmative.
And then the ones that were switched this morning, we got new letters from the governor's office, are the human rights referees, and that's John Fitzgerald to be a human rights referee.
And where's John from?
He is from Bristol.
Okay. Yes, in the affirmative, Wendy.
And Sharon Hayne, and she is from Guilford. She'll be the chief human rights referee.
Oh, in the affirmative.
Okay, great. That's it. There was one more, but that's Commissioner of Education, but that was a House resolution.
Oh,
only.
okay. That was House. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too, and I will see you on Thursday for another packed commissioners hearing.
Oh, yeah. We have a lot on Thursday?
Same amount, 4, I think.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks, Wendy.
Anytime. Take care.
Be well. Bye.
Okay, bye. One, two, possibly three.
The third one's the one who never does.
The fourth one.
You don't even count on that one.
Where's what promise?
Hello, Wendy.
Hi, Senator.
How you doing?
Okay, and you?
Pretty good.
I have a couple of nominations for you. I have the Commissioner of Education is only a House resolution, so you don't vote on that one. But I have 2 human rights referees and the Consumer Counsel. So Sharon Hayne to be the Chief Human Rights Referee.
Yes.
John Fitzgerald to be a Human Rights Referee.
Yes.
And Claire Coleman to be the Consumer Counsel.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'll
Thank
see
you.
you on Thursday.
Okay. Take care.
It worked.
Yeah, Jason had sent me the other link, so yeah, sorry about that. I didn't. I'm on different. I've got like 2 different computers I'm working on, so I'm trying to.
All right. As long as you got in.
Yeah, thank you so much, Wendy, for the reminder.
I have for you 2 House joint, and those are human rights referees. John Fitzgerald to be a human rights referee.
Approved. Vote yes. Thank you.
And Sharon Hayne to be chief human rights referee.
I'll vote yes. Thank you.
And House resolution Charlene Russell Tucker to be Commissioner of Education.
Yes. Vote yes.
You're all set.
Can you give me the 2 human rights officers again? The name?
Yeah. Sharon Payne, CHERRON, PAYNE,
Okay.
and John Fitzgerald, JON.
Fitzgerald. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's for CHRO
Yeah, they're human rights referees,
referees.
and they're both have been there since the interim.
Okay, great.
He's a renomination.
He's a renomination. So Fitzgerald and Hayne, and they are referees.
Yes.
Okay, great.
All
Thank
right.
you. All
No
right.
problem.
Yeah,
Take care.
bye.
Someone here on our end.
Hello.
So, but I
Hi, Senator.
Hi. I'm sorry, I'm on another call. You want to just read off the names?
Yes. Claire Coleman to be Consumer Counsel.
Yes.
John Fitzgerald for Human Rights Referee.
Yes.
And Sharon Hayne to be Human Rights Referee as well, Human Rights Referee.
Yes.
That's it. Quick.
Was Charlene Tucker not up today?
She is. However, that's a House resolution only.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm back. I've been so busy this morning.